Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Friday, May 22nd, 11:29 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in Texarkana, Arkansas. I'm just outside of the Goodyear plant. I'm at the entrance to Goodyear Cooper Tires, and quite a bit of drama. So we'll talk about it while we're driving, but the short version is that I got here at around 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. this morning. I can't remember exactly when. And they did not have, I delivered a load and they did not have an empty. So I parked out here in front, sent text messages and emails to the agents and the TSD reps.
At the next light, turn left.
Oh, is this a double left?
Light, turn left onto East 9th Street.
Yeah, it's a double left. And then at around 7 a.m., whenever everybody started coming in for work, they responded back to me and said that they will message me whenever they have an empty there at Goodyear and to just wait. And just a couple of minutes ago, right around 11:30, it's 11:31 right now, probably about 5 minutes ago, they sent me a text message and said that they're having issues unloading trailers at Goodyear. They're having issues getting an empty. And they told me to drive over to a trailer shop and pick up a preloaded trailer and take it back to Morrison, Tennessee. The last time I was here in Texarkana, after I delivered at Goodyear, they had me drive over to their well, it's not a drop yard, it's like a transload facility. It's TSD's terminal here in Texarkana. They had me drive over to their terminal and get live loaded and take the load to Morrison, Tennessee. So I'm doing pretty much the exact same load that I did last time I was here. And I'll complain about that throughout the drive. We'll talk a lot more about that. Basically, the entire time I've been on this dedicated account, it's just been tons and tons of delays and waiting around for stuff. I could have gone down that road right there, but I did not want to go down that road, and that road says no trucks on it. I could also have gone down this road right here, and that road also says no trucks on it. But this road at the light is the one that I'm choosing to drive, and hopefully this one doesn't have a sign that says no trucks on it. I don't know what the hell the deal is with Texarkana, but they have like truck companies. All right, this one does not have a no truck sign on it. All right, I've got a green arrow. I just noticed it. Right when I got up to the line, I noticed I had a green arrow. There are no signs here that say no trucks. But, like, there are, like, this TSD's terminal is in, like, a residential area with narrow-ass residential roads. And this trailer shop that I'm picking the trailer up from is also in, like, a residential area with narrow residential roads. What the hell, Texarkana? Like, most cities, whenever trucking companies or businesses with a lot of truck traffic whenever they, like, this is like a trucking company over to my right. Whenever they move into an area, the city usually redoes the road to prepare it for industrial traffic.
Take your next left onto Washington Street.
All right, this is the road that I'm planning on taking in, but let's see if there's a sign that says no trucks on this thing.
Left onto Washington Street.
All right, I don't see a sign. There are no signs that say no trucks. My concern with picking up a loaded trailer at a trailer shop is the paperwork. Where in the hell is the paperwork? It's been raining like crazy, so if they just like left the paperwork rolled up, or did they wad it up and crunch it up, smash it up, and, you know, squeeze it into
Left, then you will arrive at your destination.
I need to double check which trailer it is. Let me get pulled in here. Ugh. There are tons of TSD trailers here.
You have arrived.
Let's see what we got here. One, 2, 2, 3, 0. And she said in her text message that she's trying to accommodate everyone, and she appreciates me doing this. So, like, they're just having me, from what she says, it sounds like I'm doing favors. Like, they need this trailer pulled out of here, and it's loaded, so, like, it's late. What in the shit, man? Where is this trailer? I expected it to be up the front. Usually at places like this, whenever they finish a trailer, they put it up in the front area. Okay. I can't read the trailer numbers on two of those trailers over on the right. They're so worn out. Alright, it's not down there. I wonder if it's the trailer that person's hooked up to, that they're backed into the warehouse. I wonder if I'm like recovering a load from another driver. I thought I was coming over here like picking up a trailer that's been in the shop. 12. I'm gonna have to get out and look because the numbers on the front of these trailers are worn out. So uno momento. Let me double check. 12230. 12230. I haven't seen anything like that. 12230. One two two three zero. There's 12237. I'm gonna be really pissed off if it's that trailer that guy's hooked up to and he's like run out of hours and they're still working on the trailer, and I'm gonna have to sit around for 2 or 3 hours while they work on it. All right, I can't read this trailer number, so let me get out and check it. They painted over all of the company logos and trailer numbers on that trailer, but I could barely read a trailer number underneath the white paint they used to cover it up, and it's 12111. So this one right here is 12237. And I think the 122s are like their oldest trailers. 1276, 12140, 12360. 12253, 7435, 12221, 7430, 7434. That guy has got 12364 in the shop right there, that truck. Did I drive past it? It's right here at the front. This is 12339. I'm gonna have to go check in with them. That's 632197 or something. I can't read that number. And 12109. That's the last of them. That's every damn trailer. There is no 12230 here. I just circled their lot and I can't find the trailer, period. I'm going into the office to ask them about that trailer right now. All right, I'm going to pause this while I go inside and talk with them. All right, we found it. It's in a bay over here. Now I just got to figure out the paperwork issue. Second, let me see how high I am on the fifth wheel. Let me lower it down just a little bit. That should be good enough. All right, I'm going to pause this while I get hooked up and find the paperwork. All right, here we go. We're going to pull out, and I am going to deal with the paperwork. I found the paperwork on the trailer. I'm going to look at the paperwork and deal with all that stuff once I get out of their bay. There's a shop guy watching over me right now, so I want him to be able to go do other things, so I'm going to get out of their bay as quickly as possible, and then I'll circle around the building. I noticed they had new Glad hands, new electrical box on the trailer, and I asked the guy, what all did you guys do on this thing? I noticed you got new Glad hands, new electrical box, and he said they redid the entire electrical. He said that they had tons of extra electrical lines in this thing from all the repairs they've done over the years. And he just pulled out all of the electrical and replaced everything. Like, none of the lights were working on the trailer. and it was just a rat maze of electrical lines from all the repairs. All right, so let's take a look at the paperwork. So this originated from TSD Logistics, the transload facility. And this thing is damp from sitting out in the weather, but it's not wet, it's just damp. All right, so we got, it's going to Bridgestone in Morrison, Tennessee. So now what I got to do is I got to do my trip plan. We're going to top off fuel. All hooked up, ready to go, period. Leaving Texarkana with trailer 12230. All right, I got out and just double checked the trailer number. And I need to see if the agent has sent me a load yet so I can do show for a longer one. Let's see. All right, so I have to update the ELD with my new load. So it's load number. And Tony replied back that she promised a longer load after this one, which is what she promised on the last one. I did them a favor on the last load. I've just been doing them favor after favor on all these loads, and they keep promising me longer loads, and I keep like recovering trailers and shit for them. So it's all right. 12230. So make sure that you fill out your information on your ELD, because every single log entry that is missing, like your load number and your trailer number, is a violation. So make sure you fill this shit out, because there's no error on my ELD that tells me, hey, you don't have any load information or any trailer information or anything. There's no warning or error to tell you that. Let's go to, I've already inspected the trailer, but let's go to on-duty PTI for a pre-trip or post-trip inspection, and let's do a vehicle inspection report. And I'll set in on duty while I plot my GPS. This second, my internet sucks. It's taking a long time for it to download maps. Old Well Road. That sounds familiar. One good thing is that I sat there waiting for an empty for so long that I could do a sleeper split if I wanted. I was there for over 7 hours.
Head toward Washington Street.
All right, we got the GPS plotted in. We got our fuel stop plotted in. It's only 46 miles to the fuel stop. Prescott, Arkansas is one of the cheapest places that I can get fuel that, you know, I've seen anywhere. All right.
Head northwest.
Let's get the hell out of here. Let me see what the weight is. Last time they loaded me a little bit light.
Take your next
30,000 pounds. 30,800. 30,865 pounds. So yeah, that's about the same weight that they had me loaded last time, which is almost, it's roughly 13,000 pounds lighter than a normal load. So it's light for these loads.
Turn right onto Washington Street. Then you'll take your first right onto Eastland Street.
So this changes a lot of stuff for my, I don't really live paycheck to paycheck, so I don't, no loitering, no loud music. Smith Keys Village Apartments, they have a long list. No parking on grass. They have a long list of stuff. Yeah, they've just got this, okay, so they've got no truck signs on basically every road around here except the route that I brought, the route that I came in on. See, there's big signs here that say trucks do not turn right. No trucks this way. So the route that I came in on, the route that I chose, I didn't know that that was the truck route. But that looks like the only way that you can get to this place is the way that I chose to come in. There's no truck signs on pretty much every road going any other way. It's a dead-end street right there. Once we get out onto the interstate, we'll chat it up until we get to the fuel stop in 46 miles. But I don't really live paycheck to paycheck. I really don't pay a whole lot of attention to how much money is going to be put on my settlements. The only time I pay any attention to what's being put on my settlements is like when I'm doing videos and I'm telling people like how much, I'm making this week or how much is going to be on the settlement or whatever. Or, which is the situation right now, I'm concerned about how much money is on my fuel card. Just a second here. I can't see shit in either direction. There are just too many bushes and trees. Okay, great. If I would have been able to see, I would have been able to pull out. But because I had to slowly inch my way out, there's a line of cars coming down the road. that I had to wait for. All right, I think I look clear to the right, and I'm kind of clear to the left. All right, I think we're good. All these trees just, I can't see very far, and I had to inch way out into the roadway to be able to see it all. But because of this, I was expecting that whatever load that I did next was going to be the last load that was going to be on this next settlement on Tuesday. But because of this load, it's a short little load, I should be able to get one more load on this settlement.
At the next light, turn right.
So it's like, it's good for numbers, or if I just need money on this next settlement, it's good for that.
Turn right onto East 9th Street.
But it's really bad for just daily revenue. This load is not good for daily revenue. Okay, let's watch all around us. And there's nobody coming on the road to my right, so I can swing as wide as I want. And I went slightly over the curb right there. It was an angled curve, so I didn't go like over the curb. I just went like up onto the curb a little bit. Yeah, the main thing that sucks about this load is this back-to-back loaded trailers. So it absolutely crushes my fuel mileage. Like, I'm getting like 5.5 miles per gallon.
Next one, turn left onto Frontage Road,
And
599 North.
that costs me
Arkansas
a lot of money. Because fuel is so expensive.
At the light, turn left onto Frontage
So this
Road,
isn't,
49 North.
like, I'm not like really pissed off about this being a short load. I'm mainly pissed off about doing back-to-back loaded trailers because 50% of my miles are supposed to be empty. And it is not anywhere remotely close to 50% of my miles that have been empty since I started on this run. It's probably like at most 30% of my miles have been empty. And with these being really heavy trailers, okay, I am not 100% sure if this is a one-way road or not. I think this might just be like a normal service road. I'm going to move over to the right because I just don't honestly know. Oh, it is. It's one way. Okay, finally I see some signs that say, do not enter one way. Looks like we might not have an on-ramp until past this bridge. So yeah, basically the entire time I've been doing these runs, I've been doing favor loads.
600 feet, merge onto I.
And they really like me, and they've told me that they really like me. And this is something I talked about in previous videos. It's one of the reasons that I started up my own business and I stopped being an employee. I quit my job, is because throughout my entire time as an employee, I've always been like the best employee at my job, or one of the best. And all I've ever received is thank you. You're doing a great job. I've never received additional pay or extra bonuses or anything like that. I've never received any kind of compensation. And it's actually led to me doing a lot of extra work because I'm so good. They assign all, like my last job, I would get like the difficult cases because I worked with a bunch of lazy, incompetent people. So I did a lot more than them, and I worked on the more difficult stuff. They did, you know, the trivial, easy things. And that's one of the reasons that I've avoided doing dedicated stuff at Landstar, is because every time I do dedicated stuff, they treat me like an employee, and I go back to that same system I was in before I started my own business, where I'm really good at what I do, and they thank me and they tell me I'm awesome, but all they do is just take advantage of me. They just have me do them favors. They have me do extra work for no pay. And that's what I've been doing ever since I've been on this dedicated run, is I've been doing a lot of extra work with no pay. I've been doing lots of extra drop and hooks. I've been doing lots of extra, just a second here. Getting on I-30 East.
Take the I-30 East ramp. Continue on I-30 East for 41 miles.
So, like, you're told when you're a kid and all throughout your life that the world is a meritocracy. You know, you get out, you bust your ass, you achieve, you do really well, and you're going to be rewarded for that. That is not the society we live in today. The society we live in today is really good people, hard-working people, get taken advantage of by lazy, incompetent, and shady people. Dishonest people. But yeah, I don't get paid to sit around and wait for trailers. I don't get paid to drive around in town and do a whole bunch of extra drop and hooks, stuff like that. Like, this entire day has been unpaid until I started driving on the interstate. And they thanked me and told me I'm awesome, but did they throw me like $100 for doing local work or anything like that? Did they toss some extra money my way? Not a fucking penny. Just a thank you. And we'll get you on the next load. We'll hook you up on the next load. That's what I've been hearing ever since I started this account is thank you, you're awesome, you're really doing us a favor, we'll get you on the next load. They've never gotten me. They've never hooked me up. There's always been a favor that they've needed instead of hooking me up. It's like, oh, well, we need this done. We'll get you on the next one. And they, almost every one of the messages I've had with them since my 34, they've been talking about how they know that I want to do long runs. And I didn't say that. I don't know how Tony conveyed that to TSD. I would prefer that Tony not even tell TSD that. I told Tony whenever it came time for me to do my 34, I had enough time. I had 18 hours on my clock. So I had enough time, 12 hours, to drive to a carbon plant, but I only had 6 hours to make a delivery. And I told Tony, I said I would rather just drive to a carbon plant and do my 34 and then do a load after that rather than do some short little load that I can do in 4 or 5 hours. I said, I don't get paid for dropping and hooking and all the rest of that stuff. So a short little load, I make no money on it. I would prefer to just start my 34 and do a regular load rather than try to use my last 5 or 6 hours on my 70-hour clock to do some short load that I'm going to make no money on. That's what I told Tony. And I don't know how Tony conveyed that to TSD, but ever since then, every load that TSD's given me, they made comments about, oh, we're going to get you a long run. We know you don't like doing short runs. That's not what I said. But Tony is not, he doesn't seem to be very bright. And I don't consider this run right here that's 560 miles, I don't consider this to be a short run. A little 240-mile run to Texarkana, yeah, I consider that to be a short run. Anything under 500 I would consider to be a short run. And I would prefer not to do, 500-mile loads all the time. What would be really awesome is if they got me back over to Borger. And last time I delivered in Morrison, the agent told me that they were probably going to send me to Borger to pick up my next load. And that is a long drive. I don't know what it is. I don't know the distance from, it's basically Nashville to Amarillo. If I had to guess, I would say that that's over 1,000 miles. I can't imagine them having me deadhead that far to pick up a load. And I finally found out the name of the person who's running this show, Robert. Robert is the person that the Landstar agent is talking with, and Robert is the person that Caitlin is talking with. Robert is the one that runs this show. He's the one that hands me my loads. Caitlin and Tony just give me whatever Robert tells them. But what Robert's probably sitting there thinking is Caitlin and Tony keep telling me this guy wants longer runs, but this guy's doing like 3,500 miles a week. He doesn't need longer runs. We need to give longer runs to the people that are only doing like 2,000 miles a week. That's the way that they think. They think, oh, this guy, he's able to do 3,500 miles if we give him these shitty little runs with a whole bunch of dropping hooks and all the rest of this crap. So let's keep feeding him those things because he's really good at doing that stuff. And everybody else is really bad at doing that stuff. That's the kind of crap you run into when you're good at something, is they just keep feeding you shit. 30 miles until I get to the TA. My cost for fuel at the TA is a Super Trooper flying by me right now. My cost for fuel at this TA is a little over $4 a gallon. It's like $4.03. That is not including fuel tax. I have no idea what Arkansas fuel tax is. Oklahoma and Texas are both around 18 to 20 cents a gallon. I don't know what Arkansas is. Some of these states have fuel tax of $1 a gallon. I think Arkansas fuel tax is low. I think it's close to Oklahoma and Texas. While I'm getting fuel, I'll check my hours situation. It looks like I have 5 hours and 33 minutes on my drive time right now. And if I take a 3-hour sleeper break, then I'll get back the time from just a second here. Once this four-wheeler makes it around, I'll have room to get over to pass Saya. You know, something that they don't train anymore in CDL school that they used to train 20 years ago is do not change lanes on a bridge. And I think the reason that used to be something that they would train truck drivers to do is because some of these bridges that you travel on, they have like main support in the travel lanes, and they like in between the lanes they don't have like heavy duty support structures. And there are some like old ass bridges that you can drive on where like it's just 2 lanes, or it has 2 spots for your tires, and that's it. Usually on those types of bridges you can't change lanes. They're like single lane bridges. But I think it has something to do with the way bridges used to be built. Got some four-wheeler riding about 3 inches off my bumper. She is angry. But we've been going up hills, and Saya's lighter than me. All right, I'm going to throttle up a little bit because I am just slow passing Saya. I'm past Saya right now, but I want to build up some distance before I move over. This jackass has been tailgating me. Tried that little maneuver where they pass on the right, and I just went ahead and moved over right in front of her dumbass. They gave me the finger. Don't you just love people? If you weren't driving 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, we wouldn't be having these problems. So this is a cheap little load that's going to pay me $1,300. And wasted half my day. So what are we at on this settlement? We started with $5,100 on the settlement, on next week's settlement, from delivering the last load. This is going to add $1,300 to that. So next week's settlement should be $6,400 gross.
There are police reported ahead.
Google is reporting that there are police ahead. I'm not sure if that cop pulled somebody over or if it's just somebody reporting there's somebody pulled over on the other side of the interstate. But that looks like an SUV cop, so that's a different cop. Are there seriously people reporting police on this side of the interstate for police that are on the other side of the interstate? Dumb people. It's like seeing an airport police, like an airport helicopter, a police helicopter flying overhead, heading, west, but it just crosses across the interstate and you report police up ahead. Like it just passed over the interstate, bro. It's not hovering around. It's not hanging out. You're reporting it. Like, I saw a cop. I'm going to report it. It's not helpful. That's not what this is designed for. And every time Google pops up and asks me if there's police, I say no. Unless it's like an accident or a cop's got somebody pulled over or something like that. If it's just a cop sitting there monitoring traffic, I always try to clear that shit off. I don't like people reporting cops sitting there. Well, we got a vehicle on the shoulder. Is that the dumbass that gave me the finger? Looks like a white SUV, and it doesn't look like it's on the shoulder. It just pulled off the shoulder. All right, I got the bypass on this way station. Let me grab my tropical punch out of the cooler. I remembered to fill it up this time, so it's been sitting in the cooler all day, so it's nice and cold. Oh, shit. I can't move over. Missoula or whatever Valley Transport just dipped over here into the median, and I am just jammed in. I wish people would stop stopping on the shoulder for non-emergencies. It is extremely dangerous to park on the shoulder of the interstate. I don't think people appreciate how dangerous it is. I don't know why people can't just park on like the shoulder of an on or off ramp. I mean, that's not ideal, but it's better than on the interstate where traffic's moving at like 100 miles an hour. So after this load, which I should deliver, I'm going to do a trip plan at the fuel stop, but just ballpark estimate right now, it's roughly 600 miles, or we'll say 560 miles. That's 8 hours. So 8 hours, and I have roughly 5.5 hours, but if I take a 3-hour break, I will get back my 4 or so hours from this morning. So that'll give me enough time to deliver the load, and then I'll take a 10-hour break. So I need 8 plus 3 hours to get there. So 11 hours, and it is 12:36, so about 11:36 p.m. To be conservative, I would say I'd be there around midnight. So I get there around midnight, get my empty, and they should have my destination where I'm going after this load by the time they leave today at 4 or 5 p.m. So I'm going to text them and let them know that I'm going to be delivering this load around midnight tonight. And that should get them to realize, hey, he needs to know where he's going after this load. So I'll deliver the load, and then I don't know how many hours I'll have left. I won't have much time left on my clock, so I might just take a 10-hour break at the mom and pop truck stop right there next to the plant, or I might start heading in the direction of where I'm picking up my next load. If that car wouldn't have flown up on that pickup, they would have just sat there speed matching me in front of me. I can't stand how people drive, how they act. Like, they're so casual and nonchalant whenever there's no competition. But anytime there's any kind of competition, they feel like somebody else is getting something over on them, then they become really aggressive. That's human beings. And after that car passed, they slowed back down and started speed matching me again. Now they're going slower than me, and we're catching up with a slow truck. That truck hauling bees? What in the hell is this truck hauling? I don't know what that is. I don't think it's bees. Are those chicken? I think they're little chicken containers. Yeah, it's Tyson. It's a Tyson truck. So I'm pretty sure those are chicken container things. But bees, speaking about bees, I don't see many trucks hauling bees these days, but the very few ones that I've seen, you don't see a whole lot of bees outside the boxes. They are much better at transporting bees these days. I remember 20 years ago, when I was doing my line haul run between Reno and Sacramento, I would see bees all the time. And because they're like an agricultural or whatever product, they would have to park and go inside the weigh station every time they went through a weigh station to interstate. They'd have to go in and show permits and stuff like that. So it was really common. I wouldn't say common, but I saw bee trucks a dozen or more times parked at the weigh station in California, coming in on I-80 from Nevada. And there would just be this massive swarm of bees flying around outside the truck. and you'd roll your windows up and you didn't want to get out of your truck near it. Every B truck I ever saw was like that. But here recently, every B truck I've ever seen, there's like no Bs outside the boxes. All right, 8.5 miles. I'll double check my ETA, but I think my ETA is going to be around midnight. So I'll send a text that my ETA is around midnight. And what really sucks about that is this is the weekend again. I'm going to have an entire weekend where I'm probably not going to be able to get a loaded trailer until Monday. So if they tell me what they told me last weekend, which was to head to, ooh, it's raining up ahead pretty hard. If they tell me to just head to, such and such carbon plant and they'll get me loaded on Monday, then what I might do is just keep running on sleeper splits and get to that location as quickly as I possibly can so that I can do a 34 over the weekend and get onto a weekend schedule. Because me running on the weekends and taking a 34 during the week is making me less efficient because all these places are closed on the weekend.
There are police reported ahead.
There are police reported ahead, so says Google. Doesn't look like it's raining that hard. And it looks like the rainstorm is over to our right. And it just passed over the road. It's a very small little rain cloud. So I'm probably just going to get enough to splash the window and get it real nice and nasty. Just get vehicle spray all over the window, just oily water. It's barely sprinkling now.
There are police reported ahead.
And there's a cop in the median. Oh, we might be getting enough rain to wash the window. Getting a little bit of sprinkle. We get some road spray on top of that, and it might be enough to clean the windows. Oh yeah, it was enough to clean the windows. We got the windows clean now. Very nice, very nice. Now just tell the bugs to stay out of the road, and we'll be good to go.
In 2 miles, take exit 44 for US 371, Arkansas 24 toward Prescott. Half a mile, take exit 44 for US 371, Arkansas 24 toward Prescott.
Alright, let's go ahead and turn the cruise off. Turn the engine brakes all the way up.
Take exit 44.
And start slowing down. Super truckers will tell you, don't touch the brakes until you're completely off the interstate. Here's the best advice I can give you. Don't ever listen to anything a super trucker says.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto Arkansas 24 West, US 371 North.
Alright, we got a pickup coming from the left, and we're clear to the right. I could have gone out in front of this pickup, but I didn't want them to have to slow down for me. Now we're completely clear.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Nevada 30.
About to spend all my gas stamps. M&M Service and Wrecker over on the left. Vulture.
Right onto Nevada 30, then you will arrive at your destination.
those tow companies that charges obscene amounts of money. They get all excited whenever they get a call to tow somebody. All right, what's going on here? Why are we moving at 2 miles an hour? Oh shit, this truck over here just went off the side of the road. Why in the shit are we going 2 miles an hour?
You have arrived.
This damn grain hauler is just driving slow as shit. Alright, we got several open pump lanes. I don't need to take a 30, so I don't want to park behind somebody who is. Damn grain hauler right here. Just wasting my time. Alright, switch over to on-duty fueling, and let's see if the fuel app works. This jackass isn't even fueling. He's locking up his truck and going in the store. Shit. They cleared off the whole route. $514 miles. I have 5 hours on my 11. 5 hours. It's 300 miles. So I need 11 hours to get there. So it's 514 at a 60 mile per hour average. That would be 8 hours and 34 minutes, 8.5 hours. Plus 3 would be 11.5 hours, and it's 1 p.m. right now. Be about 12:30. We'll say 1 a.m. ETA to Morrison, 1 a.m. Saturday morning. Let me double check and make sure it's Friday. I'm sorry, I'm about to use bad language, but this fucking idiot Tony, the Landstar agent, screwed up again. Let me just double check and see what else he fucked up on before I tell him to fix this. The load is going to Morrison, Tennessee, comma, not Union City, period. Please correct the rate con. All right. Now let's open up the fuel app and see if it works. Great, great, great. The Truck Smart app constantly signs me out, and then it just stops working. And like they've done an app update to Truck Smart over the last couple months, and now it just runs like complete ass. I mean, it wasn't that great before. I think it'd be faster for me to just use the damn card and punch in the numbers. Truck Smart, TA Petro has the worst app, the worst reward program. Like even when Truck Smart, their fuel app works, you still have to punch in a whole bunch of information on the pump. I still have to like enter my license, my driver's license number. So I don't even really know why I bother with this damn thing. I don't have to swipe the cards. That's about the only thing. I don't have to swipe the cards. So let me pause this while I fuel. Be back in a minute. All right. We're rolling. Oh, that's a big hole right there. Topped off fuel, topped off def. And people are exiting through the fuel island. I don't know why. The exit is right over here. But people are driving the wrong way through the fuel island to get out of this place.
600 feet, turn left onto Nevada 30.
Some big holes in this parking lot. truck wash entrance. Ooh, let's go over here to the left a little bit and avoid that big hole. Nobody coming from the left, and it doesn't look like anybody's coming from the right. I can't see very far. It's a dirt road.
In 600 feet, turn left onto US 371 South, Blevins Road.
There's somebody else going like 2 miles an hour through here. That grain hauler coming in was going like 2 miles an hour through there. Is this guy turning in here? He is flying. He was hauling ass and then just slammed on his brakes and made the turn. And he cut that car off. Pulling out into opposing traffic to make that turn.
Turn left onto the I-30 East ramp.
Central is already at a fuel pump right now. That's how fast they were going. I didn't think Central was making that turn. They were going so fast. And then at the last second, I saw their turn signal and I stopped short to give them room to turn.
Turn left onto the I-30 East ramp. Then merge onto I-30 East.
All right, this tanker is trying to get there before me. I bet this tanker would not have accelerated that fast had I not been here. Well, hopefully Tony and Caitlin and everybody else involved get their shit together before they all leave for the weekend. I'm sure that they are all excited to go home for the weekend. They've only got a couple of hours left in the week. But that's not the way my week works. I dread 5 o'clock afternoon because all the support staff are just thinking about the weekend and they're half-assing their job. Mentally, they're already at home. And I'm just struggling to try to get everything in order for the weekend before they all check out. So as a truck driver, things like weekends and holidays, for me, they're not fun times. They're actually a nuisance. Just a pain in the ass to get anything done because I still have to work. I mean, I don't have to. I could take time off if I want. I own the business. But yeah, super trucker riding 3 inches off my bumper isn't going to make me go any faster. And I'm not going to move over behind these trucks that are going like 63 miles an hour. There's some super trucker pissed off because they're having to slow down for me. I'm not of the opinion that if I'm going the speed limit, fuck everybody. But I am of the opinion that if I'm out here going the speed limit, I don't want to be harassed by people that want to speed. Like, I'm making legitimate passes, I'm doing the speed limit, and the asshole super trucker behind me is speeding and riding my ass, trying to intimidate me, pissed off because they can't pass me. I feel no sympathy at all. And here comes it's a logging truck. Who would have known? It's like some 80-year-old man driving a logging truck. Loggers are some of the worst drivers on the road. Loggers, grain haulers, container drivers, and now,
There are police reported ahead.
newly added over the last few years, anyone pulling an Amazon trailer. I don't see mega carriers doing stupid crap that often, like Swift, CR England, the mega carriers that have really bad reputations. I haven't seen Swift and CR England doing stupid shit in a couple of years. Almost every time I see somebody doing something really stupid, they're pulling an Amazon trailer. How much you want to bet my next load picks up in Villa Platte and it delivers in Texarkana? And we'll get you on the next load. And the problem is, even if they do get me a decent load, then they're going to feel like, okay, we're good. Now they owe me. Now I owe them, and they're going to start doing favor loads again. They're eventually going to piss me off to the point where I snap on them. And I'm like, hey, I'm not one of your company drivers. I'm not here to recover trailers and do stupid shit for you. I get paid by the mile. So stop having me go recover trailers, pick up shit from the shop, and wait around for entire days on trailers. If you don't say anything, they just keep giving you favor loads. I've tried to very subtly tell them that I don't like the loads they're giving me, and we'll see if anything changes. If nothing changes, then I'm going to be a little less subtle about it. Because the way they're dispatching me right now, I don't think I talked about this yet. I might have talked about it earlier. I apologize if I repeat myself. With them having me sit around and wait, do a lot of dropping hooks and have to wait on empty trailers, wait on loaded trailers, wait on this, wait on that. Like, what they think is that I'm just sitting in the sleeper anytime I'm not driving. And that's basically the way that I have to log on my ELD in order to make any money, because I don't get paid for sitting around. I only get paid for what I'm doing right now, driving down the road. Driving around in town, I don't get paid for that. Going from Goodyear over to the repair shop, which that repair shop, I think, was a TSD terminal. I think TSD owns that repair shop because it had TSD signs on the building. But they had trailers and stuff that were not TSD there, but there were a lot of TSD stuff. There was a lot of TSD stuff. Rest area, right lane. But yeah, all this sitting around waiting on trailers and empties and driving around town. It just makes it to where, like, we're already, as truck drivers, we already work really long hours. Like 70 plus hours a week is normal. Like, we do a lot, most of us, not all of us, but most of us do a lot of work off the clock. I wouldn't make any money. I would struggle to do 2,500 miles a week if I logged my ELD correctly. You know, whenever I'm trying to find an empty trailer, or I am waiting on someone, you know, I'm trying to find somebody to sign for my paperwork for an hour, I log into the sleeper berth during all that time. You're supposed to be on duty. And if I logged all of my time correctly, I would struggle to get 2,000 or 2,500 miles in a week. And I think that's the reason they're taking advantage of me right now with this favor system, is I am slamming out tons of miles with these shitty loads that most people would struggle to get 2,000 or 2,500 miles on. But because I'm logging all of my wasted time as sleeper, I'm just not sleeping very much and running out the miles. Whereas if they were dispatching me the way that Tony told me they were going to dispatch me, where it's just drop and hook everywhere, and it would be extremely rare for me to have to sit around and wait on an empty or to get live loaded or unloaded, those things would be extremely rare. If that's what were happening, then I would not be driving fatigued very much. I would just like be working normal shifts. You know, 12-hour shift, 10-hour break. 12-hour shift, 10-hour break. They built a little deck, and this one's designed the same way. It's like they took a trailer and just built a little RV on half the trailer. So that they could carry around their four-wheelers. It'd be really nice if I got a message pop up and say, Head to Borger to pick up your next load on Monday after this load. That would be really awesome. And last time I delivered in Morrison, Tennessee, that's what Tony, the Landstar agent, told me would likely happen. Man, why am I getting passed by everybody? I'm doing 70 miles an hour and trucks are flying by me. All the four-wheelers are, everybody's flying by me. Is my speedometer busted or something? This four-wheeler is racing to get in front of me. A lot of these cars do not have the acceleration that they think they have. And they see these trucks, and in their mind, all they process is slow vehicle. They have to be in front of it. So there are pros and cons to going to Borger if they tell me to go to Borger to pick up my next load, which is not going to happen. I'm just daydreaming. Some pros is that it's a very long run. It's a lot of empty miles, so it'll really help with the fuel cost. And I'll be driving right by the house, so I could take a 10-hour break at home, restock some stuff, do laundry. But a small negative would be that it would push that load settlement onto the next page. It would push that load onto the next settlement, which isn't that big of a deal. Right now, just delivering this load should put me at like 6,400 gross for this upcoming settlement. And I'm going to have to redo the numbers on all this stuff because I'm just sitting here thinking, man, all these settlements that I'm receiving, I'm just sitting here thinking after fuel costs, like I'm not making any money. I'm going to have to redo all the math on the spreadsheet and see if I'm actually making any money doing these loads because, yeah, the gross amount that I'm making is really high, but after fuel costs, man, like I'm spending a ton of money on fuel. So what I got paid on my last settlement on Tuesday, yes, I was, a little over $1,100 in the hole to Landstar. But that entire settlement, even if I wasn't $1,100 in the hole to Landstar, that would have been, with normal weekly expenses, that would have been about like, I don't know, $3,200 deposited. And that wouldn't be enough to cover a week's worth of fuel. That, or it might be barely enough to cover a week's worth of fuel. And now let's think about next week's settlement. I'm going to have to do cash advances on that settlement to pay for fuel this week. So after I deliver this load, the next settlement will be $6,400 gross. I'm going to have to do, I don't know, just a second here. There's cars stacking the right lane, slamming on their brakes, getting ready for an exit. Traffic is slowing down in front of me. All these country bumpkins were driving 100 miles an hour to get to town, and now they're getting near town. They're like, ooh, where are we going to go now that we're in town? Great. Catching up with slower vehicles, about to start going up a hill, and I have a line of four-wheelers and trucks in the left lane stretching back as far as I can see that are about to start passing me. So I'm going to come up probably $1,500 short. It may not be that bad. I might be able to make it to the settlement because I've had so many disruptions. I might actually be able to make it to the settlement with what's on the fuel card. I've got enough to fuel up, like to top off like one more time. That might be enough to get me through. No, that's not going to be enough to get me till Tuesday. We'll say $1,000. So $6,400. That'll be $5,400 left out of the next settlement. And like, if I do another 3,600 mile week, including all the idle time and everything, you're looking at easily $3,500 going into fuel next week out of 5,400. That leaves me with like $1,900 in a week after fuel costs. Yeah, I'm going to have to throw all this into a spreadsheet and see if this dedicated is even worth it. Because when I initially did all the numbers on this, I calculated like 7 mile per gallon average. And I'm getting like 5.5 mile per gallon average because they have me running loaded all the time. I was told that half my miles would be empty, and that is not what's happening. I'm running max weight 70% to 80% of the time. A second here. The truck in front of me is slamming on their brakes. The cars in the left lane are slamming on their brakes. I think everybody's just hitting their brakes because it's raining, but I don't know. Once this car gets around me, I'll pass this flatbed that's going slow. Just been jammed in behind this flatbed the last mile or two. Western Express. I haven't even seen a Western Express driver doing anything stupid lately. It's been a couple years since I saw that Western Express driver drop his trailer in Aurora, Oregon, pulling out of the Pilot Flying J truck stop. And I helped him get back under it. So yeah, right now, based off of the time I've been on the load so far, man, I'm making very little money after fuel cost. The difference between like 5 miles per gallon and 7 miles per gallon is significant in fuel cost. I think I calculated it based off of like a $5 a gallon fuel price.
There are police reported ahead.
And 5 miles per gallon was like $1 a gallon. And 7 miles per gallon. Just a second, there's somebody on the shoulder. You know what? We're staying out here. Metro trailer's going really slow. I can't remember what 7 miles per gallon was. I want to say it was like 73 cents a mile or something like that. So you're talking like if I'm getting 5 miles per gallon instead of 7 miles per gallon, that could be like 25 cents a mile. I'm making less money. Just a second here. This extremely slow truck has found a burst of speed now that I'm trying to pass them. So yeah, I might stop doing this dedicated run because I am running an incredible amount of miles. I'm putting a tremendous amount of wear and tear on the truck. I've already had 2 blowouts and the AC compressor fail. I've had like $2,300 in unexpected expenses. And with them having me run loaded all the time, max weight loads, not only is that much harder on the truck, we got somebody, I've got too many four-wheelers along my left. I can't move over. Got somebody walking down the shoulder, and we got some vehicle on the shoulder. My guess is that something flew out of their pickup. They pulled over. They walked back to get it. And now they're walking back to their vehicle. So yeah, this load may not be worth it with the way that they're running me on it. I think it would be a lot more profitable for me to run loads into the Pacific Northwest like I was doing. I would basically make the same amount of money working for 3 or 4 days, doing like 2,000 miles, as I am making on this run, working 7 days a week, doing like 3,600 miles. After expenses, I think I'd make roughly the same amount of money. Yeah, my gross would be lower, but my fuel cost would be a lot lower. I'm not doing anywhere near the miles. I don't have anywhere near the fuel cost. Just a second here. I'm catching up with this damn U-Haul again. This U-Haul and the 2 four-wheelers behind it appear to be traveling together. And I caught up with them earlier. They were going really slow. And then they went to pass a truck. And when they went to pass that truck, they sped up by a lot. And they got like a mile or 2 ahead of me. And now they've slowed down behind a truck again. and they're going really slow again. I'm going to get over in this lane before this pack of four-wheelers behind me jams me in behind all these vehicles. Great. Here goes the fucking U-Haul convoy. The rear car is going to get out and block traffic so the rest of them can get out. Maybe they're not traveling together because that red car is just taking off, leaving the rest of them. Maybe it's just these two vehicles that are traveling together. I wonder why that red car has been sitting there riding behind them for so long. Now all these vehicles are going extremely fast. I'm having to speed to pass them. I don't know why they were going so slow. We were going up a really tiny hill, but they were going slow before we even got to that damn hill. So yeah, with the extremely low mile per gallon, I was expecting to be making like $4,000 a week gross. Well, net after fuel cost on a $7,000 gross week. Like almost half of my money is going into fuel cost. And that was based off of 7 miles per gallon. If I'm getting 25 cents a mile less than that, then $25 to 30 cents a mile less, that's 3,000. We'll say 3,000 divided by 3, easy math. That's $1,000 less. That means on a $7,000 week, I'm only making $3,000 after fuel cost. That is insane. Like almost all of my money is going into fuel. Yeah, I'm going to have to bust out the spreadsheet and see if this dedicated is worth doing anymore. Hauling max weight loads with extremely high fuel cost is not very good. Driving around getting 5 miles a gallon with $5, $6, $7 a gallon fuel. I should have enough time on my clock to make it past Memphis. And then once I make it past Memphis, I'll have to find a spot to park and stare at the pavement for 3 hours to do the second half of my sleeper split. And then I'll have enough time on my clock to drive on into Morrison. I'm sorry if I'm coming across negative. I have people complain. There are certain people that just cannot stand negativity. Some people like negativity, and some people can't stand it. And I apologize if I'm being negative. I'm just thinking out loud, and I'm trying to make a decision on whether or not to keep doing this dedicated run. And there's just been so much negative shit since I started this dedicated run. And I'm just trying to figure out what's normal and what to expect going forward, and try to think of whether or not it's worth it to even continue doing this, or if I need to just stop and go do something else. I need to get my actual mileage, my actual fuel cost, and break all that down and figure out what my true mile per gallon average is. I just need to do a whole lot of spreadsheet work to figure out what I'm making on this dedicated run and to see if it's worth doing. Because all of the numbers are worse than what I projected on my spreadsheet. And what I projected on my spreadsheet was not amazing money, but it was decent profitability. The hell is this thing? Aftermath. Looks like some kind of tree trimming service. It says disaster recovery on the side of it. But it looks like it has some kind of crane or something inside of it for picking up like trees or trash or something. Picking it up and putting it into the other trailer. All right, let's try crunching numbers in my head again because I'm stressing out really bad right now thinking about the numbers. So right now, next week, it looks like $6,400 is going to be, after I delivered this load, it'll be $6,400 deposited into my settlement. And I'm going to have to leave almost right around $4,000 of that in my Comdata account to cover fuel. So that leaves me with $2,400. That's a pretty solid week. $6,400 gross to the truck, and I only have $2,400 left over after fuel. The amount of money that I got on my settlement, like whenever I started doing these runs last Thursday, I had $2,500 in my Comdata account to cover fuel. I used up all of that $2,500, and then I had $3,400 deposited into the Comdata account on Tuesday. Now, 1,200 of that, 1,100 something went to paying Landstar, so that would be $2,200 went into my Comdata account after paying Landstar. And that's not going to be enough money for fuel to cover me for this week. It looks like there's barrels blocking the entrance to the weigh station. So I think this weigh station's closed, under construction. Inspection station. Is this a boat inspection station? I'm not seeing any signs. I'm not getting any pop-up messages about a weigh station. I'm not seeing. It's not called a weigh station. It's called an inspection station, and it is. It's blocked off. It's under construction. It's closed, and there's nothing there. It's just a little pull out. There's no buildings or anything. So over the course of like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I used up all that $2,500 that I had on my Comdata for fuel. And then I only had like $2,200 deposited into my Comdata. Payment for working, all that time. Yeah, this is just, I just need to break it all down on a spreadsheet, because the problem is, and this is the reason I don't normally even think about like settlement to settlement. I try to look at daily and mileage profitability, because you can get into situations where, loads are rolling into next week, or your short loads this week, your extra loads next week. So the settlements, it's really hard to understand what's going on if all you're doing is looking at your settlements. What the fuck? You jackass. You don't avoid an accident by creating an accident, you moron. This person waited till the last second and then just ran me out of the lane, moving over for merging traffic. like a 90-year-old man. We're in the Little Rock Metro. We're still quite a ways away from Little Rock. I don't know what town we're in, but we're in the Little Rock, area, and we're hitting a lot of city traffic. And these people are out here doing 10, 15 under the speed limit on the interstate, just putting around like they're on Main Street. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to sleep until I crunch the numbers on the spreadsheet. So my 3-hour break, I'm probably going to bust out my laptop and create a spreadsheet and figure out exactly what's going on with this dedicated run. And if it's as bad as I'm imagining, then I might very quickly tell them to get me back to the house. Because what's the point of getting out here and working your ass off and using up like this truck is a resource that has, it's like a battery that can't be recharged. There's a certain amount of use that this truck has, and if I get out here and I use it up, not making any money, then like I have to buy another truck, and I don't have any money from this truck to be able to buy another truck. So it's just like really, really bad for business to be out here running incredibly high miles on the truck, putting tons of wear and tear on the truck, making little or no profit. Just a second here. We got a bunch of people loitering in the center lane, going slow. It's damn city traffic. What is this person in his Jeep doing? He keeps speeding up and slowing down, swerving all over the road. Some old woman. She thought that car right there was going to pass her on the right and cut her off, so she sped up and started tailgating the car in front of her. Why did this car just do this? Why did you move over in front of me? What the hell? All right, now they're going to the other lane. Oh my goodness, these slow people are pissing me off. Now the Jeep just slowed way down. Hopefully there's an exit coming up where all this city traffic is going to get off the interstate and they can go drive 10 miles an hour under the speed limit somewhere else. All right, now the Jeep is taking off. All right, a whole bunch of them exited right there. Uh-oh, that Jeep's going to see you and it's going to try and block you. You're going to jump 2 lanes to the right and 2 lanes to the left. Yeah, the Jeep tried to block them. The Jeep accelerated so much it had to hit its brakes. She's just an asshole. She wants to Sunday stroll, but she also doesn't want anybody to pass her. So every time she thinks somebody's going to get in front of her, she tries to block them. And then when she thinks nobody's trying to get in front of her, she just backs off and starts going really slow. I'm about to break the law and get out in this left lane and pass this group of... I'm trying not to use bad language. This is frustrating, being stuck behind these people. All right, we're going to go break the law. We got slow people just loitering in the center lane, and I can't pass them on the right because there's just too much slow traffic in the right lane. Traffic going the other direction, stop and go. I didn't notice what's got the traffic stopped. Too focused on this pack of slow vehicles camped out in the center lane. A lot of people exited right there to Interstate 430 to go to Fort Smith. Great. I don't want to be on that left lane. I saw Little Rock police getting on that on-ramp. I was like, oh, I wanted to pass the box truck, but I was like, you know what? I better get over. I don't want to get pulled over for being in the left lane. I've been pulled over once for being in the left lane when there was trucks use two right lanes, and it was in Georgia. Georgia is anal about trucks not being in the left lane. And some, sheriff's deputy pulled me over, and all he wanted to do was yell at me. He didn't want to give me a ticket, so he pulled me over, and then he pulled his truck over in the grass. His SUV pulled over in the grass to the right of me, parked, got out, crawled up on my side step, and I rolled down my passenger window, and he sticks his head, standing up on the steps, sticks his head in the window, starts ranting and raving about me being in the left lane and me cutting him off. He accused me of cutting him off. I said, I didn't cut you off. I said, I've been sitting there waiting for 20 minutes for an opening to pass that truck that was in front of me, where both lanes to the left would be open because the truck's been swerving all over the road. And I wanted to make sure that left lane would be open in case he came into my lane while I was passing him. So I waited until both lanes were open. And sure enough, he came into my lane while I was passing him, and it forced me over into the left lane. I didn't cut you off. And I didn't do anything illegal. I was avoiding an accident. I wasn't traveling in the left lane. I was avoiding an accident of somebody running me out of my lane. And he was like, okay, so you know you're not supposed to be in the left lane though, right? I said, yes. He said, all right, good night, and left. But that's how incompetent these cops are. Got some inebriated truck driver or distracted or fatigued, whatever it was, swerving all over the road, almost hits me, runs me out of the lane, and who does this moron pull over? He pulls over me. And there's just so much slow traffic through this area. We've only got 3.8 miles until we get onto Interstate 440. The 440 bypass or whatever it is. You can't travel in the right lane. There's just too many extremely slow vehicles in that lane. And then you have slow vehicles getting into the center lane to pass those slow vehicles. Just, I feel like we're driving on Main Street. There's just a whole bunch of soccer moms out here just jerking off on the road or something. There's a really slow vehicle in the right lane slamming on its brakes. Yeah, and all these vehicles in the right lane are... This is the reason people tailgate, is to keep stuff like this from happening. We're passing by all this slow traffic in the right lane, and they're going to be bouncing out in front of me. This SUV we're catching up with is one of the slow vehicles in the right lane that's slowing down traffic, and it looks like they have their brake lights on. I think they might be driving with their emergency brake on. That might be why they're going so damn slow. Oh, great. I move over to the right lane. Now everybody wants to move out of the center lane over to the right lane. Hopefully we'll get away from the city traffic once we get onto this 440.
Use the right two lanes to take exit 138A, 5440 east to Anellar National Airport, Nellar Riverport.
I need to get back over a lane to get around US Express. US Express is so slow. I was in the center lane trying to pass US Express, and then US Express moved over to the center lane, and then I moved over in the right lane to pass US Express. US Express moved over in the right lane. He's eating. He's sitting there devouring a sandwich. I'm going to stay in this lane for a second because there's a bunch of traffic merging on from both sides, and I'm not sure what the lanes are going to do. All right, here's the SUV that looks like they have their brakes on. Looks like a carload of kids. They can't seem to figure out how fast they want to go. They keep going fast and then slow and then fast and then slow. All right, we're almost, done with this bridge. Just lumpy, bumpy, bouncing across the bridge. There, we're finally off the bridge. Don't do it, Central. Central was sitting here blocking the center lane, and they just moved over to the right lane to let traffic go by. Great. Another slow four-wheeler. So how am I going to get around this four-wheeler? I can try past on the right, but the car on the right's also going slow, and it's speeding up and slowing down, so I might get jammed in on the right lane. Left lane's restricted. Let's try to go around on the right. Oh, now the vehicle in the center lane that's going super slow is sped up. And I slowed down going across the bridge. But I was still going faster than they were going. Before I started trying to pass them. All right, now I've cleared them. I think we're about to be done with the city traffic. I keep hoping.
2 miles, use the right lane to take exit 11 for I-40 East toward Memphis.
Shit. I'm stuck behind these people. I've only got 1 mile until my exit. Google is saying it's just one single lane exit. These people are doing like 58 miles an hour. There's 2 trucks. They're speeding up right now.
Use the right lane to take exit 11 for I-40 East toward Memphis.
Now we're slowing back down to 55,
Use the right
50.
lane to take exit 11. Then you'll take a slight right onto the I-40 East ramp to Memphis.
Ah, shit. Google was wrong. I could have stayed out in that lane and passed these slow bastards. Well, kind of. It looks like it splits. I need to be in this right lane to go east. If I would have been out in that left lane, I might have been jammed in and been forced to go I-40 west.
Slight right onto the I-40 East ramp. Continue on I-40 East for 121 miles.
Oh my goodness, seriously? 45 miles an hour? Is that a car hauler up there going so slow? I got plenty of room to move over. And now I have to fight to get up to speed. I have a feeling that Clover is going to want to pass this car hauler. And then I'm going to have to fight to get around Clover. And the four-wheeler behind me just went out to pass me. So I'm jammed into my lane now. It's a flatbed hauling trailers. Come on, four-wheeler. So is the flatbed the one going slow, or was this box truck? I think this box truck was already on the interstate. I think I saw that box truck on the interstate already. See how it feels, flatbed, to be stuck behind a slow vehicle? And this four-wheeler that jammed me into the lane, was fighting to get around me, is now going slower than me. Hopefully they speed up whenever they finish what in the hell they're doing. I think they're playing on their phone or something. They keep drifting over to the shoulder and then jerking the van back to the left. All right, now they're starting to pull away from me. So I think maybe they just finished sending their text message. If I'm struggling to make money on this dedicated, I don't see how anybody else could make any money on it. Because my expenses are about as low as they get. The main thing that's absolutely crushing profitability for me on this load is the really heavy weights. Just destroying my mile per gallon. If I were getting 7 miles per gallon, which I should be if I were running 50% empty miles, with a max weight load, I'm going to be getting close to 5 miles per gallon. Five, maybe 5.5 mile per gallon average. But with empty, I should be getting like 8, maybe even 9 mile per gallon average. It depends on the terrain, the wind, the weather, all kinds of factors. How fast I'm going, tons and tons of things factor in. But it should average out to about 7 miles per gallon. But I've been running max weight so much that right now I'm averaging 5.5 miles per gallon according to my fuel data. Now that's not incredibly accurate, but it gives you a ballpark. I mean, to be really accurate, I need to get my exact miles, and I need to get my, I need to look and see exactly how many gallons of fuel I purchased. All right, I'm going to get out and pass Swift before this pack of cars catches up with me, because they're about to jam me in.
There's an object on road ahead.
Uh-oh, there's something in the right lane. I hope Swift sees it. Oh, Swift ran over it. Swift saw it at the last second, but ran over it. Oh, there's FedEx on the shoulder. FedEx appears to be where that tire came from. What in the shit is going on? Trying to get over in the right lane, and it's just constant crap. Car going like 40 miles an hour. FedEx that blew the tire. So yeah, that's the main thing that's crushing me right now is fuel cost. Fuel cost is just eating up all of my profit because it's really expensive and my miles per gallon are incredibly low. The fuel expense is something I already accounted for, like the cost per gallon, and I'm actually paying lower cost per gallon than what I estimated in the spreadsheet. So that is not the reason that the profitability on this load sucks so bad. It's just my mile per gallon average is horrible. And that's just because I've been hauling loaded trailers so much, and also my time spent sitting, idling the truck. You know, it's 100 degrees outside. And if I turn the truck off, then with direct sunlight and the greenhouse effect, it'll get up to 20, 30 degrees hotter inside the truck than it is outside. My APU air conditioner doesn't work, so I'm having to idle the truck for air conditioning. So all this time sitting around idling is further dropping my mile per gallon average. I'm burning a lot of fuel just sitting around. All right, I'm approximately 108 miles from the Memphis area. Second here. This four-wheeler flew up on me trying to block me from getting over. They saw me catching up with this truck. And then once they got close to me, they slowed down. People are so aggressive. And there was a U-Haul that was trying to get around me before I caught up with that truck as well. But the U-Haul didn't have the acceleration of this car. What the hell's going on? Now the U-Haul is dipping in behind me. I think they're just letting this van pass, and then they're going to get out and pass me. Oh, they're still loitering behind me. Oh, there they go. Barbecue catfish? Okay, that freaked me out there for a second. Barbecue and catfish. That's a very big difference. I was about to say, man, barbecue catfish. I don't know how well that would go. That reminds me, there is a mom and pop truck stop somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's on I-40. I cannot remember where in the hell it's at. I'm going to have to go look and find it. But it was just some mom and pop truck stop that I found to pull over and take my 10-hour break. And usually when I stop at mom and pop truck stops, I'll go in and browse and see if they have anything worth buying. You know, I want to support the mom and pops. I don't feel a need to support these, major truck stops. But the mom and pops, I'll go in and see if they got something reasonably priced. Is their food reasonable or something like that? And I went in there, and they were selling some type of fish. I think it was catfish. I'm not sure. But they had some little restaurant in there, and the prices weren't too crazy. So I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And it is the best fish I've ever eaten in my life. Like, it was huge chunks of fish. Like, the fish that they got that from must have been absolutely massive. Just big, fatty pieces of fish that were fried, battered and fried, and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it was good. I'm not a big fish fan. There's certain types of fish that are, if they're cooked right, they're fresh, and they're cooked right, they're really good. Like salmon, if it's just fresh, good salmon that's lightly fried in some butter, that can be very good. Never been a huge fan of catfish. It's decent, not amazing. But that fish that I ate at that mom and pop truck stop, I think it was catfish, and it was phenomenal. Since I'm driving in this area, I think I'm driving in the area of that mom and pop truck stop. I need to figure out where in the hell it's at and make a point of stopping there. Because they gave me a large portion of food, and I think it was only like $10. I don't remember the price. I don't buy food if it's too overpriced, so it had to have been reasonable. But it was a large portion of food, and it was amazing. The staff was not very friendly. I remember that the people who worked there at the truck stop were extremely rude. But the food was amazing. An HVAC, I just got somebody on the shoulder. I've got a car alongside me. An HVAC company called Million Air. Catchy, arrogant. Nick's Barbecue and Catfish exit now. They have truck parking. This might be it. It doesn't look like the spot. No, I don't think this is it. I remember the place was on the north side of the interstate, and there's a cemetery on the north side of the interstate here. And it had a big dirt lot. I can't remember if it was off of I-10 or I-40. I think it was off of I-40. Might have been off I-10 because it was a while back. We're talking like probably 4 years ago that I ate at this place. And I was doing a lot of I-10 back then.
You're in a 5-minute slowdown caused by a crash on I-40 East. You're still on the fastest route.
All right, Google is saying that I'm in a 5-minute slowdown because of a crash right now. and traffic is not slowing. Traffic just got really thick. And there's just a massive pack of cars that caught up with me from behind. So I'm stuck in my lane, and US Express just threw on their four-ways like we're coming to a stop. XPO is throwing on their four-ways like we're coming to a stop. And the cars behind me are flying around me trying to jockey for position. Please don't rear end me. There's a semi flying up on me right now. I hope it's paying attention because all the four-wheelers got out in the left lane. And all these jackasses are getting over in my lane because there's space. All right, the truck behind me slowed down. I think this pickup wants to get over in front of me. Like, why does everybody want to get over in front of me? This lane's moving 2 inches faster than the other lane. There's space over there. I got to get in it. Feel bad for the motorcycle. I've been in stop and go traffic in a motorcycle, and it sucks. Now this person's on like a cruiser style bike, so it's not as uncomfortable as the Super Sport that I had. Stop and go traffic on a Super Sport is brutal. Just riding a Super Sport properly is a workout. Cruisers, you just kind of set on them, you plop down on them, and you just drive around. Super Sports, you're supposed to lock your legs around the fuel tank, and that's how you're supposed to hold yourself to the motorcycle. You're not supposed to put your weight on your feet. You're just supposed to have the balls of your feet on the pedals, and you're supposed to be supporting your weight by clenching your legs on the fuel tank. And that's quite a workout to ride around, driving a Super Sport properly. And then you get into stop and go traffic, and you're having to feather the clutch to try to maintain ultra low speeds. And you're trying to balance the bike. It's using a lot more muscle, trying to maintain slow speed and balance the bike. Uh-oh. That left lane's moving like 2 inches faster than the right lane. What are these jackasses in front of me going to do? There they go. There goes the white car jumping over to the left lane. That black SUV, you see how it's hugging the left side of the lane really tight? That black SUV is trying to get over to the left lane. Like, it just makes you hate people. Like these special little snowflakes. They think they're the only person in the world, and they're just trying to weave back and forth in between traffic. The motorcycle is liking the position he's at because I'm not tailgating him. So the motorcycle looks like he's just going to chill in this lane unless it starts going super slow. All right, looks like there's stopped traffic in the left lane. This might be the accident. No, that's just a slow vehicle. I thought that was somebody on the shoulder. I thought that might be the accident we were passing on the left lane of the shoulder, but it looks like it's just a really slow vehicle in the left lane. See what our fuel mileage is right now. 4 miles per gallon. The RPMs are really low. I'm only at 900 RPMs. So the fuel mileage isn't low because we're using a lot of fuel. It's low because we're barely moving. Oh, sweet. I see lights up ahead. I think I see the accident. Looks like it's on the right shoulder. And people are forcing their way over to the left lane. I don't know why. It doesn't look like there's anything blocking the right lane. I don't know. We'll deal with it when we get there. I mean, you don't really need it. If there's nothing in the right lane, we're already going 10 miles an hour. It's move over or slow down. It's not both. I see a lot of people moving over to the left lane. So the cop might be running people out of the right lane. I'm going to maintain space here so that I can see what in the hell's going on and make a decision when I get up there. US Express is trying really hard to move over. XPO looks like he's letting everybody over. There's somebody standing in the roadway next to the accident. Just look at this dumbass. Come on, why are you people rubbernecking? Go, go, go. Why are we stopping? Why the hell are we stopping? They were working on somebody. The medical people were working on somebody, and the cop was standing there like trying to block people from seeing what was going on.
There are police reported ahead.
And we just got people rubbernecking right there at the end. There was absolutely no excuse for people to be going that slow, passing the accident. That's just rubbernecking. There was a major accident that I passed last night. Driving from Villa Platte to Texarkana. I don't think I uploaded that video. I think I deleted that video. I recorded it, but I don't think I uploaded it. Major accident on the southbound side. There were multiple semi-trucks involved. I couldn't count the number of total vehicles involved in the accident. I couldn't count the number of emergency vehicles. There were tons of ambulances, tons of fire trucks, tons of cops. I'm fairly certain that it was a fatality accident, most likely a multiple fatality accident. And they had shut the interstate down, and they were diverting all traffic off of the interstate. Got somebody on the shoulder up here. I am not going to move over because we got these four-wheelers that were just stuck in traffic, and they've all put their F1 helmets on, and now they're all trying to make up lost time. let's see if there's a new email from Tony. So, looks like, yes, I do have an email from Tony, but it's nothing about my next load. It's just him replying back with an updated rate con with the correct delivery location on it. Why is it important that Tony get these rate confirmations correct? Because customers refuse to pay for loads over technicalities like the wrong address on paperwork all the time. I actually had a load that paid like $7,000. My cut of the load was like $5,200. The total amount the load paid was, I think, over $7,000, like $7,500 or something like that. And the customer refused to pay for it because the address was wrong on the rate confirmation. Not on any of the paperwork. It was a load going to Mexico. So there was a ton of paperwork on that load. And all of it had the correct addresses. But because the rate confirmation had the wrong address on it, they refused to pay that $7,000 something for the load. And I had to fight with the agent and fight with Landstar over that. The agent, I mainly fought with Landstar because the agent stopped returning my calls and they stopped answering the phone after like my first or second conversation with them. They very quickly ghosted me. So I had to contact Landstar and get a hold of a manager at Landstar. And Landstar ended up telling the agent that they had to pay me. Because my contract states that I get paid whether a customer pays for the load or not. As long as it's not my fault that the customer doesn't pay for the load, if I don't do anything wrong on the load, then the agent has to pay me. If the customer refuses to pay them, the agent has to pay me out of their pocket. Refusal to pay, collections, that type of stuff, that's one of the perks of leasing to Landstar. Now, Landstar has rewritten their contract a couple of times since I've been here, and I haven't gone back through the contract to see what they've edited, what they've changed. They may have changed it. Just a second here. I got everybody's brake checking, and I see people throwing their four-ways on. We're coming to a stop again. Another accident, probably. Now we got a truck in the median. They've got triangles out there, but it looks like a new accident. Come on, why are you people like move over or slow down? You don't have to do both. You don't change lanes and then slow down to 10 miles an hour to fucking rubberneck. Jackasses. Like, this is stupid for people to be slowing down to 15 miles an hour, 10 to 15 miles an hour for this crap. Change lanes or slow down. You don't have to do both. Is that a UPS? Hauling a rental? It is. A UPS hauling a rental that just ran off the side of the road. All it takes is one moron to bring interstate traffic down to 10 miles an hour. Now, there's absolutely no delay going past that truck. Now there's like everybody's just flying by it at like 60, 70 miles an hour, just changing lanes. But we had some dumbass up in front of us that decided to slow down to 10 miles an hour. Probably so they could break out their phone and record it, throw it up on YouTube. I forgot what I was talking about. Now I have a large pack of vehicles behind me that caught up with me, and a whole bunch of trucks that are trying to pass me, but they can't because they're going slower than me, and they're just blocking the left lane because I had to slow down to 10 miles an hour. I had a whole bunch of slower vehicles catch up with me, and now they're like, that's a slow vehicle, I got to get around it. But they're slower than me, and like their lizard brain is just not processing that they're slower than me, and they're just sitting out in the left lane, and I'm building distance on them right now. But they're just still sitting out there blocking traffic as I'm pulling away from them. But yeah, UPS, man. UPS, I heard that they are really strict. That type of accident right there, that looked like somebody was distracted driving or fell asleep at the wheel or something, and they just drifted off the left shoulder. That's what that accident looked like, was somebody just drifting off the road. Now, maybe that wasn't what it is. Maybe they blew a steer tire. Or maybe they were run off the road, or like there's lots of possibilities. But the most likely is that they drifted off the left shoulder. And if your tires ever get off the roadway, you're likely going to jackknife the truck. Best case scenario, you're going to jackknife the truck. Most likely, you're going to roll. So UPS jackknifed. Did not look like they rolled. That truck is still back there in the left lane. Now we got two 65-mile-per-hour trucks passing each other. So this is going to allow that that truck that's been trying to pass me ever since the UPS accident, it's going to allow them to get it right up on my ass. Doing 65 behind XPO right here. Doing 63 actually. Come on, XPO. Is XPO going to cut this truck off? They barely cleared them. All right, that's far enough. That's decent. That's not cutting them off too bad. That's coming over close, but not cutting them off. That's a good pass. So hopefully that UPS driver isn't going to lose their job, as long as they didn't do something stupid. If they did something really stupid, like they were distracted driving and ran off the road, or they were talking on their phone and ran off the road, or they were doing something absolutely idiotic and they ran off the road, then yeah, fuck them, lose their job. But if they weren't doing anything super stupid and it was just an accident, then, you know, I hope they don't lose their job, because I've heard getting on with UPS is a major pain in the ass. It's a very difficult job to get. Hate to see somebody lose it over an accident. And there is a huge congregation of trucks behind me because of all those slow trucks back there. It's about at least a dozen trucks caught up in that pack behind me. Man, you know what sounds really good right now? I don't know why I just had a craving for it, but bacon, eggs, and buttery, syrupy pancakes. And there's only one way that I like eggs, and that is like cooked in butter, like soft scrambled in butter. Just the way I cook them is I cook them in butter, and I just keep them constantly moving, and I don't let them scramble to the point where they start getting hard. They're still like soft and a little bit runny, just a tiny bit runny. I just got a text message. Wait for these couple more cars, and then we'll take a peek at the text message. It's the last car passing me, and then there's no truck behind me. There's two trucks behind me, and they're both about a quarter mile back. All right, let's see what this text message says. I don't know what in the shit this is. Caitlin just sent me some pictures of like a load. I can't be looking at that shit while I'm driving. So it looks like she's sending me the info for my next load, and I'm picking up in that Ivanhoe, Louisiana, the really shitty carbon plant that I haven't been to yet. That's like 500 miles down some fucking dirt road. Sorry for the language. I'm already in a bad mood. And I'm having to go to a really shitty carbon plant that has a like 1-star review. Like, it's all negative reviews about this carbon plant, because almost all the negative reviews are about how bad the roads are to get to and from this place. And it is way out in the sticks. It's not like 5 miles off the highway or interstate. Like, I don't know the exact mileage, but it's out in the sticks. And for the drivers to put a whole bunch of negative information about how bad the roads are, given that almost all of these carbon plants have really bad roads, for this one's roads to be so bad that the drivers give it bad reviews over the roads have got to be really, really, really bad. So I'm not looking forward to picking the damn load up. And it's going to Sumter, South Carolina. I have no idea how far that is. So, like, for them, this is, oh, we're finally getting him a big mileage load. But, yeah, who knows if it's actually going to happen. I could get there and, anything could change between now and the time I pick up the load. And the load might not be ready until Monday. So I'm going to Ivanhoe, Louisiana, after I deliver in Morrison, Tennessee. So I'm going to be delivering in Morrison, Tennessee sometime around 1 a.m. And I'm not going to have a whole lot of time left on my clock. So after I deliver in Morrison, Tennessee, I'm most likely just going to go to the mom and pop truck stop that's like a mile away from the plant. And just a second here. This pack of trucks has finally caught up with me. And this jackass right here has been sitting out in the left lane. Chambers Transport LLC has been sitting out blocking the left lane for a very long time. I think that's the truck that was sitting out in the left lane trying to pass me before we caught up with those slow vehicles. So it's basically been sitting out in the left lane for I don't know how many miles. And it has just caused a huge congestion of cars and trucks. Now he just freed up all the cars and they're all flying. And there's a whole bunch of trucks. There's just a big pack of cars and trucks that caught up with me, and they're all getting around me right now. Speed limit is 75. The truck speed limit is 70, and I have my cruise set at 70 if you're curious as to how fast I'm going. So, got a bunch of trucks out here rolling 75. I don't know if they're just intentionally breaking the law or if it's people that can't read English and they don't understand that there's a 70 mile per hour truck speed limit. Great. All these vehicles are getting around me and clustering in front of me, riding nut to butt and slamming on their brakes. So I'm getting caught up and I'm getting overtaken by this large cluster, and I'm getting caught up in it. I'm going to go ahead and get over to the left lane so that I don't get jammed in behind these slow vehicles in the right lane and get stuck over here in the right lane. Damn it. They out accelerated me because I'm so heavy, and now I've got a gap. That means these trucks that are stuck in that right lane might jump over in this little space in front of me. Ooh, I'm closing up that space. We've slowed back down in the left lane. This is Chambers Transport. The truck that just passed me is sitting over here stuck in traffic in the right lane. Come on, US Express, get the hell out of the way. We've got a US Express block in the left lane.
There's an object on road ahead.
All right, US Express just now moved over to the right lane. Holy crap, that truck just about rolled off the side of the road, drifted way off to the shoulder, and then jerked it back over to the left. I think that they're looking really hard in their rear view mirror, looking for an opportunity to get over into this left lane. I have to be careful. They might try to cut me off. I'm trying not to leave room in front of me for these slow trucks to get over in front of me. That's the reason traffic slowed down, is because one of these slow trucks like US Express moved over in the left lane in front of faster traffic, and everybody just had to stop and slow down to 65. Oh my goodness, this is a huge pack of 65 trucks. All right, I just slowed down to 70 to make sure I was going faster than Old Dominion and XPO, and I am. But I'm speeding up to like 72, 73 to try to get around them faster. But I slowed down to 70 just to make sure that once I go down to my cruise speed, I'm still going to be going faster than them. All right, now we're back on cruise. Once we get to the other side of Memphis, traffic should die down quite a bit. I-30 and I-40 between Texarkana and Memphis is just one of the busiest roads in the country, because there's so many interstates that just kind of intersect and all their traffic flows onto this section of road. This should really be like a minimum of a 3-lane interstate between Texarkana and Memphis on I-30 and I-40. Just a second, this asshole is racing to get in front of me. All right, what were we talking about? Ivanhoe and Sumter, South Carolina. So Caitlin is really pleased with herself. She thinks she's getting me a really good load on my next load. We'll see. I'll look at the numbers on it. I'll look at the paperwork. I think it's probably only a 700-mile load. So it's like not a big difference between a 600-mile load. I don't know why they perceive this, these 600-mile loads as short and a 700-mile load is long. I'm not sure what the logic is with that. Come on, four-wheeler, don't fucking speed match me. This pickup flew up on me, got alongside me, and now it's just pacing me as I'm catching up with this slower truck. All right, now it's starting to speed up. Some old woman. Barely made it in front of the next pack of cars that were about to run me into the back of this slow truck. That Tacoma almost jammed me in. I wish I was doing nighttime driving. And I think this flatbed might be the last truck in this 65 mile per hour gang. This Melton. And this Melton is going really close to 70, so I'm going to dip over behind Melton and see if they're actually going faster than me, or the same speed, or slower, or what they're doing. They are going like 1 to 2 mile per hour slower than me. I should not have dipped over because now there's a line of like 20 cars passing me in the left lane. I'm going to have to hit my brakes and slow down. All right, there's a gap. After this next car, there's a gap. I'm going to speed up to like 72, 73 and get around Melton. And these pictures that Caitlin's sending me of the TSD version of the rate confirmation, she's covering up the numbers of what they're paying, and that is a little concerning. Maybe those rate confirmations, the numbers she's showing up, that's the amount that they're getting paid for the load from whoever, and it's not the amount that they're paying Landstar. Like, I don't know why they would want to keep the amount they're paying Landstar secret. So it's got to be the amount that they're being paid on the load that they're keeping secret. They're covering up. All right, so let's think about this. The load going to South Carolina probably does not pick up until Monday, and it's most likely not going to pick up until around like noon on Monday. So if I deliver this load at 1 a.m., I'm going to need to take a 10-hour break so I can start driving again at 11 a.m. And the drive to Ivanhoe, Louisiana, you know what? I just sitting here thinking about this. It's like whatever it is that I don't want to do, that is most likely what the next load is that I'm going to get. Like, I don't want to go to Ivanhoe. I hate doing these, preloaded trailers out of Texarkana. I don't want to do short little loads to Texarkana. Like, I'm just getting, like, whatever the worst load is that I can think about getting, that's what I'm getting. But anyway, so 11 a.m. I start driving. I don't know what the mileage is to Ivanhoe. I don't know if I can make it all the way there in a single drive shift. So last time that I delivered in Morrison, Tennessee, they had me go from, or was that Mount Vernon, Illinois? All right, last time I was in Morrison, where in the hell did I go? I went to Addis, Louisiana, from Morrison to Addis. And I was able to drive straight there, wasn't I? After I delivered the load, or no? Wait, yes, I'm trying to remember. So I went to Morrison, I delivered the load, and then after I delivered the load, I took my 10-hour break at the mom and pop truck stop right there. And then I was able to drive all the way to Addis, Louisiana. And then I took a 10-hour break at the carbon plant waiting for my load on Monday morning. Ooh, this four-wheeler passed me in the left lane, just about went into the median, drifted off to the left shoulder. Rumble strips are an amazing thing. They need to put rumble strips on the left shoulder as well, because people drift off the road all the time. Distracted driving has just become so common. Okay, there is that Chambers passing me again. Oh shit, Chambers just whipped his damn trailer at me. Almost hit my truck. So if I leave at 11 a.m., 12-hour drive shift, 11 p.m., I should be able to make it to the carbon plant around 11 p.m. Saturday night. And the load is most likely not going to be available until Monday around noon. That should give me enough time to take a 34. And then I'll be on a... Alright, I have plenty of room to get over after this car. Then I'll be on a schedule where I'm taking my 34s on the weekend. So they think that they're doing me some kind of favor by giving me this load. But really, it's just an extra 34 that I'm taking this week. It's a second 34 that I'm taking this week. But, you know, it is giving me the benefit of getting my 34 on the weekend so that I can run throughout the week, because it's hard to keep rolling on the weekend with everybody off for the weekend, all the support personnel, and then all of the plants that I deal with. Not loading trailers on the weekend and not unloading trailers on the weekend. So it's hard to get a loaded or empty on the weekend. But who knows? It might be like the trailer might be loaded already, just waiting on me. They might load it today, and it's just going to be sitting there waiting on me to pick up tomorrow. That is highly unlikely. They don't let these loaded trailers sit around. They have drivers constantly going in and out of these plants, and they won't let these loaded trailers sit around. So it's most likely going to be Monday around noon that I'm going to be picking up the trailer. So I get to take the weekend off, kind of, a day off, which I'm not really wanting to do. I just took a day off. I'm sitting here stressing out about how much money I'm making, and now I'm going to be taking an extra day off. But this means that I'm most likely not going to have to do a cash advance or a trip advance. I think Landstar calls it a trip advance, since I'm not going to be running on Sunday and most of Monday. By the time I fuel up on Tuesday, I should have money deposited into the account. But I'll have to take a look at the email that Caitlin sent and see if it has like information in it. And Tony is probably going to send me an email with some kind of information. And I'll just have to look at that and see what it says. Come on, four-wheeler. Don't speed match me. Here comes a four-wheeler passing me. Maybe it'll get to this SUV to speed up. She's drifting all over the road. All right, so that SUV is flying by her. No, she's not even paying attention. She's driving off the side of the damn road. I don't know if she's got a bunch of kids in the car or what the hell the deal is, but she's like doing stuff now she's speeding up. Now that I get out in the left lane, she found another gear. But she's like, looks like she's slapping kids in passenger seats or something. Just a second here. I'm trying to like get an idea of what's going on with this pack of trucks in front of me. They are nut to butt. Oh shit, I knew this sumbitch was gonna do that. Right when I got caught up with him, he was gonna decide to pass this entire convoy. He was just sitting there riding behind him, and then right when I caught up with him, moved over in the left lane to pass. And now all the other trucks are getting out and passing. So now we're just stuck in the middle of the 65 mile per hour gang. Oh my goodness. They're going almost the exact same. See, actually the container on the right is now passing the person that was passing them on the left. Person on the right's going faster than the person on the left. We're doing 63, 64 miles an hour right now. And I had a lot of space behind me, but now traffic is starting to catch up with me from behind. All right. This slow truck moved back over in the right lane. They failed to pass the container, and I need to catch up with the truck in front of me. Otherwise, they're going to pull back out in front of me and try to pass again. I don't want to get caught up in this shit where these two are spending their entire drive shift trying to pass each other. We got a Pam that's the leader of this pack. Once we get around Pam, we might be good to go. I don't know. This Trans Makia was sitting at the back of the pack, going the same speed as this pack. But whenever I caught up with them, they sped up. Now they're doing like 70 miles an hour. So I don't know how fast Trans Makia is going to go once they finish the pass. And we got somebody on the shoulder. Is that another Pam on the shoulder up ahead? Looks almost like a Pam logo. I haven't hardly seen any Pams for a long time, and now all of a sudden I've been seeing a lot of Pams lately. I thought Pam went out of business. They were a terrible company. That's like J.R. Schugel. Not Pam. All right, we're setting the cruise. We're turning the cruise back on. I'm not setting it. I'm just turning it back on to what it was already set at. And it looks like Makia might be going a little bit faster than us. So I've got 2 hours and 1 minute left on my clock. I have to take a 3-hour break to do a second half of a sleeper split. And I've got 30 miles until I get into the Memphis, West Memphis, Arkansas area. So in about 30 minutes, I should be in Memphis. Somewhere in the ballpark, 30, 40 minutes. So once I get past Memphis, I'll look for a place to pull over and take a 3-hour break. I was really wanting to bust out my laptop and do a spreadsheet and all that stuff, but I think I might take a nap instead. I think I might just crawl into bed and scroll through YouTube shorts or YouTube videos or something and try to take a, 2.5 hour nap. Because it looks like I'm about to take a 34 and I can do the spreadsheet and all that stuff on my 34. Just want to get this load knocked out as quickly as possible and get down to Ivanhoe as quickly as possible. Got some oversize on the shoulder on the other side. It's causing a traffic jam. So it looks like the oversize broke down. They have a big tow truck, a semi tow truck. Why in the hell is traffic backed up so bad? It's almost stop and go traffic because of that oversized load on the shoulder. Maybe it's partially blocking the lane and people are having to go single lane around it. But man, traffic is really backed up over that. All right, it's 4:19 p.m., which means I'm going to be driving through Memphis during rush hour. I think I drove through Memphis during rush hour last time. It's like these sons of bitches plan this shit whenever they give me these loads. It's like, yeah, let's just wait until, like, how long is it going to take him to get to Memphis? Like, 5 hours? All right, let's wait until noon to give him the load. Actually, 11:30, because it's going to take him like 30 minutes to get hooked up to it. Let's give it to him at 11:30. That way he'll get the whole rush hour of Memphis. And traffic going the other direction is crazy. Traffic going this direction is pretty crazy too. This is a really, really busy section of road. I-30 and I-40 between Texarkana and Memphis. Extremely busy section of road. And especially this section between Little Rock and Memphis on I-40. This is really, really busy. Really need to widen this out to 3 or 4 lanes on both sides. But who knows? Birth rates are dropping around the world. Maybe our infrastructure is going to be like adequate 30 or 40 years from now. Maybe we'll have declining population, and in 30 or 40 years, we're just going to have like tons of room on the roads. Everybody's trying to figure out why birth rates are dropping, mainly in developed countries like the United States. Why is the birth rate dropping in the United States? Is that difficult to understand? So the laws are so like ridiculously in favor of women. Our judicial system is extremely biased toward women. So if you get into a relationship with a woman, you might have to end up paying her to live for the rest of her life. You have kids with her, you're going to be paying for those kids for the rest of your life. And you're going to be supporting her. So financially, it is just a really, really bad decision to get into a relationship with a woman. Financially, it's just stupid. It is beyond stupid to get into a relationship with a woman. Unless she's the breadwinner. Like if you're unemployed and you're marrying like some, billionaire woman, like, yeah, then go for it. But even if you're not the breadwinner, even if you both have $100,000 a year jobs, still, it's a bad financial decision to get into a relationship with a woman. You can be ruined financially for the rest of your life. So that's one reason I think a lot of people are not getting into relationships and not having kids. Another reason is because of inflation. The cost of living and the value of the dollar, the cost of living has risen significantly, and it continues to rise significantly, and the value of the dollar continues to drop significantly, and wages do not increase very much. Wages increase very slowly. So why do you think the gap between the working class and the wealthy continues getting bigger and bigger? It's because the amount of money that we spend on everything keeps going up, but the amount of money that we get paid keeps going down. So we have to work harder, we have to work longer hours, and we're able to afford less. So the wealthy, the business owners, they are getting extremely cheap labor, and the cost that they're charging for products keeps going up. So their profit margins keep growing because their labor costs don't keep up with what they're charging for their products. And that's something that's been going on for decades. 30, 40 years ago, just a second here, let me complete this pass. You could have one single person be a breadwinner for a family, support an entire family off of one just like unskilled labor job. A man or a woman could support an entire family off of one unskilled labor job. They could afford a house, a car. I remember in the 1990s, one of my relatives, her husband worked at, I think, a Whirlpool factory in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And he made this was in the late 80s, I think. He was making like somewhere around $8 an hour. And he was supporting the whole family on that. Like, they weren't living really well. You know, they weren't living in a nice house in a nice neighborhood or anything like that. But he was supporting the entire family on like an $8 an hour job at a factory. And that was just the like late 80s. The cost of housing has just gotten insane. It's gotten so crazy. The county assessor keeps raising my property taxes by the maximum amount. The county assessor has raised my property taxes by the maximum amount every year since I've owned the house. I've owned the house for like 13 years. And it has been raised, my property taxes or my property value has been raised by the maximum amount of like 5% every year since I've owned the home. The county assessor values my house at, I don't know what it's valued at right now, like $350,000 or $400,000. Insurance companies have told me that the replacement value of the house is like $600,000 or $700,000. My insurance and property taxes. Oh, there's another truck rolled over in the median. See, that one, instead of jackknifing, that one rolled over. That's what normally happens whenever you go off the side of the road, is you're going to roll over. You might get lucky and jackknife like UPS did, but that one rolled. Because what happens is once your tire goes off the side of the road, you're talking about a tremendous amount of weight going into dirt. So your tire is going to dig down into the ground, and it's going to cause the weight on your truck to shift hard over to the left. And then your tire digging down into the ground is going to cause the front of your truck and that side of your truck to slow down dramatically, and that momentum is either going to jackknife you or it's going to roll you over. Or both. All right, there's trucks passing each other about a quarter mile behind me. And I'm going to speed up. I'm slowly catching up with this oversized load. So I'm going to speed up from my cruise speed of 70 to like 72, 73 and try to get around this. Try to get around this oversized load a little bit faster. Oh, damn. Looks like this oversized load is actually stuck behind slower vehicles and is tailgating a truck right now. Like, I sped up to 74 and I'm barely catching up with this oversize. I think this oversize sped up to pass this truck or something. All right. Let's get around this fucker. They've got the oversized load. That's not something you typically see with oversized loads. But the person driving that oversized load has their company information duct taped to the side of their truck. And they look like they were from another country. Like, that is not something you typically see with oversized, overweight, is like some fly-by-night company with some foreign driver. Oh my God, man, it's just a never-ending line of slow vehicles. By the time I finish passing this guy, that oversized load is out passing trucks behind me. By the time I finish passing this one, we're going to catch up to the next 65 mile per hour truck. But we are almost done with this ridiculous section of road. Once we get to West Memphis, Arkansas, traffic starts going in all kinds of different directions. It spreads out. But then we get to start rush hour across Memphis.
There's a 5-minute slowdown at 4 miles.
Oh my goodness. Google just popped up and said there's another accident up ahead, a 5-minute slowdown in 4 miles. And here comes the oversized load that I just passed, passing me. You don't typically see oversized loads driving like this. The person driving this oversized load is a dumbass. Way station is closed. What the? This oversized load pulled over in front of me and slowed way down. He was doing 5 over the speed limit to pass me, and then once he got in front of me, he slowed down. Now he's pulling away from me again. What a jackass. All right, so there's a sign up that says slowing traffic ahead, speeds as low as 20 miles per hour. So it sounds like it's not an accident. It sounds like it's construction that's causing traffic to slow down up ahead. I'm really pissed off at this oversized load that I just passed, speeding up to pass me and then getting back over in front of me and slowing down. Truck on the left side of me almost hit me, came into my lane. All right, traffic is slowing down. REK Express almost hit me. All right, now we're stuck in stop and go traffic, and we're still like 5 miles away from West Memphis. I hate this oversized load driver so much. What is stopping us? What in the hell is going on up here that's got us stopping and go? And it's got to be single lane. But you'd think if there was single lane, there'd be some kind of width restriction. And I haven't seen any width restrictions. Look at this dumbass super trucker right here. Some trucks behind me are trying to create space, and you have dumbass super truckers like Clean Harbors right there, National Transportation, whatever the hell their trucking company name is. They jumped over in the space and just started flying by everyone. So he started moving pretty good, and then all the super truckers got up here and started closing in all the space. The one good thing about having an oversized load in front of me is nobody wants to be behind an oversized load. So the likelihood of somebody pulling over in front of me is low. Uh-oh, is this pickup going to cut me off? They're flying up there. Usually when somebody is going right lane ends in half a mile, son of a bitch. I forgot about this damn right lane ending. I'm just going to ride it out in this lane until... What is this fucking idiot doing? The lane is ending, and this jackass is going to use it to pass everybody. And here we got another Captain Dipshit. Oh, somebody did it, so I'm going to do it too. And then we got the super truckers that are flying up trying to pass everybody. They're trying to block me from moving over. There's somebody that just flew up on a four-wheeler and just slammed on their brakes, trying to block me from moving over. I'm just going to ride this lane out till it ends, because if I move over early, you're just going to see a line of dumbasses passing on the right. So if I sit here... All right, there's a truck.
There's a lane closure.
This dumb bitch right here. So the truck to my left is keeping a spot open for me. Or he was. Clean Harbors right there was keeping a spot open for me. But then right at the last second, he just blocked me from moving over. They really need to redo the roads through this area. And what's sad is that they were doing construction on this a long time ago. Like, they've been doing construction on this, and the road is complete shit, and it's inadequate, and they've already done tons of construction through here. All right, I want to get over to the right, but it just opened up and a bunch of four-wheelers jumped over into it and started passing. So we're just kind of stuck in this lane right now, which is good because the interstate's about to split, and the left lane goes where I want to go, the right lane goes where I don't want to go, and the middle lane goes either. So I'm okay in this lane.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 East. Follow signs for Memphis and Nashville. Keep left to stay on I-40 East. Continue on I-40 East for 10 miles.
Dumbass four-wheelers just weaving through traffic. Once we get past this car hauler, I'm going to grab the right lane. You double check, make sure there's no dumbass four-wheelers jumping out. Great, Clean Harbor's just going to drift over in front of me. Clean Harbor's is doing like 62 miles an hour. I was hoping to pass them. After this car, I'm going to. This jackass tried to run me into the shoulder when that lane ended. All right, traffic is already clearing up. We got 3 lanes now, and we've gone through like several interchanges where a lot of traffic has gotten off this road onto other roads. And it's 4:51. We still got 9 minutes until 5 p.m. So we might be able to make it a little ways through Memphis before rush hour traffic gets too bad. There's the dumbass oversized load. I hope I don't have to deal with him anymore. Clean Harbor has sped up a lot and is now speed matching me over in the right lane. I can't stand people who speed match me. Go slower than me, go faster than me, whatever. Don't sit near me speed matching me. Clean Harbor saw that right lane's exit only and got in behind me, is now riding my ass. The Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. I don't understand, like, what a pyramid has to do with Bass Pro Shop. Are they Masons or something? All right, we need to stick to the left to stay on I-40. Most of the traffic should get onto the 240. Oh my God, we're catching up with this wide load again. Got four-wheelers brake checking me. And the wide load, what is the wide load doing? Why is the wide load getting over in the left lane? Oh, now I get over in the left lane. Now you four-wheelers all of a sudden want to go faster. This dumbass. That's the reason they were slowing down in front of me. They didn't know where in the hell they were going. All right, 45 mile per hour turn. Oh my God, that was rough. Clean Harbor apparently cannot fucking read English. Sorry for the language, by the way. Just really frustrated right now. So Clean Harbor did not slow down for the turn and flew up on me. And then slammed on their brakes at the back of my trailer. And I don't think they can read the sign that that lane's ending. I don't want to get over to the right one lane, but there is a ton of cars over to my right, and I don't want to accidentally bump one of these fuckers. All right, let's try to get over. I've never seen an oversized load just like weave through traffic the way this guy is weaving through traffic. And Ryder just cut me off. And we just dropped 10 miles an hour because of Ryder.
In half a mile, continue straight to stay on I-40 East, signs for Nashville. Continue straight to stay on I-40 East, signs for Nashville.
Why do slow trucks feel the need to get out and block traffic? Get your ass back over in the right lane, Ryder. We have a left lane restriction. I'm about to break that restriction to go around Ryder's stupid ass. There they go. They're getting back over in the right lane. Sorry for the language. I'm so furious right now at these morons. They don't know what in the hell they're doing, and they don't give a shit about anyone else on the road. This kid looks like he's about 12 driving this Ryder rental. Some young girl. Come on, four-wheelers, don't sit alongside me. It's just some rough road. Jackass construction worker weaving through traffic, speeding. Got their man. Got their yellow lights flashing like they're important or something. Get your ass over, oversize, you dumb fuck. I normally try to give oversize a lot of room, but fuck this guy. You can get your stupid ass over. This guy is a moron. Shouldn't be too long now until we're out of Memphis, the metro. So, rush hour traffic, not too bad. It's just now 5:02 p.m. I remember when I was working in a cubicle, there was a huge difference between getting on the interstate, leaving work like right at 5 p.m. versus like 5 minutes after 5 p.m. If I could get out to if I could leave work at 5 p.m. exactly, get into my car really quick and get out onto the road, I could beat all of the people leaving the building. You're talking like hundreds of people all leaving the building at once. And if I could get out there right at 5 p.m., I could get ahead of all of them so that I wouldn't be stuck getting on the interstate waiting through multiple lights, waiting on them. And then once you get onto the interstate, the traffic is still moving pretty good. And I could get pretty much all the way to my house before traffic got really bad, before it got stop and go. And if you could leave like 5 or 10 minutes before 5 p.m., it was even better. Like, it was amazing how big of a difference it made on the commute. So anytime I was on any kind of like, I don't think I ever worked like a shift where my shift ended at 5 p.m., but I had meetings and training classes and things that changed my normal schedule to where I was doing like 8 to 5. And anytime I was on it, you know, something like that where I was getting off at 5 p.m., I would always like be like, would it be all right if I leave like 10 minutes before 5? It makes a massive difference on the commute. And normally there was no problem with that. Memphis, the second worst traffic, or not traffic, the second worst drivers.
Half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40.
Houston, number 1. Memphis, number 2 for worst drivers I've encountered.
Keep left to stay on I-40 East.
Oh, just had a Prius jump across like 3 lanes to take the exit.
Continue on I-40 East for 166 miles.
1 hour and 11 minutes left on my clock. I have to find a place to park in the next hour. Awesome. Getting brake checked. There's a slow semi that's jamming up this lane. Oh, and here it comes. Oh, I've forgotten his name. Cleaner? Something Cleaner? Clean Harbor, that's it. Here comes Clean Harbor. Flying up on me. Come on, four-wheelers. I need to get around this slow-ass truck in this lane. Oh, here comes that stupid-ass Prius that jumped across 3 lanes to take the exit. Just jerking the car over to another lane. It's like, oh, I can't get past by that truck. He just whipped it over into the lane in front of me really hard. Looks like Clean Harbor is just following me. They're doing all the lane changes that I'm doing, just following behind me. Oh, oh. We got some blue lights flashing on the right up ahead.
There are police reported ahead.
Looks like they got somebody pulled over on the shoulder of the exit. Or they had somebody pulled over on the shoulder of the exit. They're just sitting there all by themselves with their lights flashing now. All right, we're just starting to catch the rush hour traffic. There's just lines of cars getting onto the interstate. Well, it's not fast, but it's loud. I can hear you trying to go fast. The car's not doing much, but I hear it trying. So I think we made it far enough through Memphis that we're not going to get caught in too much rush hour traffic. I think we made it far enough to the other side of Memphis that it shouldn't be too bad. Just saying, you got to be careful. That right lane is slowing down, and we can see people jumping out of that lane in front of me. And we got super trucker tanker just hauling ass through here. There's a ton of cars exiting right here. And I'm seeing a lot of cars stacked in the right lane, so the next exit looks like it's going to be really popular too. So we're starting to get far enough at the edge outside of town that we're hitting the suburbs where people that work in town, they got off work at 5 p.m. Now they're heading home. We're starting to hit the suburbs where they're getting off the road. Alright, it's not going to be too much further until we lose our third lane, and I'm not sure which lane's going to disappear, the far left or the far right. It looks like the far right is going to disappear. Damn it. People are passing me and then moving over for exits in front of me, slamming on brakes. I hope this white truck exits. Yes, thank you. That white SUV has just been speeding up and slowing down in front of me. Little blonde girl. Very young. Being a nuisance. Alright, why is R&L getting over? There's somebody on the shoulder. I see a whole bunch of people standing on the right side of the RV. I'm not moving over. We're in bumper-to-bumper traffic. And I don't see anybody on the fog line. It's off the side of the road. I got 1 hour left on my clock. I remember stopping in, I think it was this section of road, last time I drove through here. I was looking for a place to stop right after I got on the other side of Memphis. And I cannot remember where in the hell I stopped at. Is this where I parked? No. I think this might have been where I parked in the handicap spot of a rest area for a 30-minute break. I think there might have been a rest area and I parked in the handicap spot for 30 minutes. Getting kind of tired of being brake checked behind R&L, so next time I see an opening in the cars, I'm going to go around R&L. R&L's going a lot faster now that I started to pass him. He was doing 53 miles an hour when I went out for the pass. Now he's doing like 65. Speed limit is 65. The truck speed limit is 55. And I just sped up to 70 to get around that pack of cars. And R&L exited. Alright, cars are stacking in front of me in the right lane, which means there's a popular exit coming up.
There are police reported ahead.
Google says the speed limit went up to 70. I haven't seen a sign yet. As soon as I see a sign, I'm going to pass this truck in front of me. I think the truck in front of me just saw the state trooper alongside him. Went off onto the shoulder and jerked the truck back into the road. I don't want to be out passing because I'm looking for a rest area. And I don't want to see a rest area, and I'm out in the left lane. I can't get over for the rest area. But at the same time, I also don't want to be stuck behind slow traffic. This truck in front of me is doing 65. I'm going to go for it. I'm just going to go for it. I haven't seen a sign that said the speed limit's now 70, but I'm going to go for it. Just getting tired of sitting back here behind this guy doing 65 when I'm pretty sure the speed limit is 70. Oh, and Clean Harbor just came flying up on me and is now tailgating me. He was doing like 75, 80 miles an hour or something because he was pretty far back whenever I did the lane change. Now he's riding my ass. Interland Logistics. There you go, Clean Harbor. You got all the road in the world. Go out there and do 100 miles an hour. Hammer down. They're catching up with me. They're not going anywhere near as fast as they were when they flew up on my rear end. Were they trying to block me from changing lanes? Is that the reason they flew up on me so fast? Is this even Clean Harbor? Who is this? You get in your lane, bro. Nope, this is not Clean Harbor. This is Van Lines Express. Damn it. I lost track of Clean Harbor. No, this is Clean Harbors. Son of a bitch. So it's a Van Lines Express truck and a Clean Harbors trailer. I was pretty sure it was Clean Harbors. I've been watching them riding behind me all the way through Memphis. And this asshole better not get in front of me and slow down again. This is what they did right before we got into Memphis, is they passed me, got in front of me, and slowed down in front of me. "47 minutes to find a rest area." Clean Harbors is swerving all over the road. Four-wheeler, don't do this to me. Get your ass back over in the left lane. There's a 70-mile-per-hour speed limit sign. This jackass is slowing down in front of me. Why the fuck do people do this shit? Why do they pass me, get in front of me, and go slower than me? Stupid jackass with Pennsylvania plates. Just gonna ride in front of me going slower than me. Now he's speeding up. Sorry for the language. Just really frustrated. It's been a very annoying day. I've been working my ass off, and it seems like it's all for nothing. I'm actually losing money, possibly, on this dedicated run. And the agent has been lying to me from day one about this dedicated run. All of my initial estimates are wrong because of his lies. So I'm quite frustrated over the financial situation and all the miles I'm putting on the truck, the blowouts I've had, all of the expenses, all the wear and tear, and then I don't have any money to show for it. Like, I'm just using up my truck for nothing, it seems like. But I need to crunch the numbers on a spreadsheet and see if that's actually the case, or if I'm just being a little pessimistic. Because it sounds great to be making like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 gross to the truck per week, but when you're only making like $2,000, maybe $3,000, Jesus, man, this tanker is so aggressive. They almost rear-ended that truck in front of them. You're only making $2,000 or $3,000 after fuel cost, working 70 plus hours a week, putting 3,500 plus miles on your truck in a week. That just doesn't make any sense. I just got a text message. Just a second here. I'm getting jammed in by four-wheelers, and we have slow trucks in the left lane, and I've got a slow truck in front of me, and there's a line as far as I can see of four-wheelers in the left lane. So I'm going to look for an opening to get over. But TMI, this ultra-aggressive tanker that almost got into an accident in front of me a second ago, is a really slow truck. It's just blocking that left lane. Come on, come on, come on. There's an opening that is now closed because cars are just jammed up in the left lane because of TMI. I can't get over because of this damn tanker, this ultra aggressive tanker up here. There was a break in between cars, but now they're all stacked up. All right, TMI is finally moving over to the right lane. I think TMI is just like the tanker rental company. I see lots of tankers with TMI on it with other companies on the truck names. And even other companies on the tanker, on the trailer. Oh my goodness, man. Is there ever going to be an opening to get over to the left? Every time there's almost an opening, cars slow down alongside me and let the traffic behind them catch up. before they finish passing me. All right, we got an opening. I remember a car. I've passed them a couple of times. STL Truckers, LLC. Oh, now a car saw me get out and pass, so now a car is getting out and passing. Well, I guess I'm lucky they didn't pull out in front of me as soon as I went out to pass. If they would have had room, they probably would have. Oh, what we got over here? What in the shit is Caitlin texting me about? She's wanting to call me. We got a way station.
There's now a crash on I-40 East causing a 10-minute delay. You will now arrive at 9:15 p.m.
I think this might be where I took my 30-minute break last time. Was at the way station. And I just got a pop-up message. Scale open. I just got a pop-up message about a 10-minute delay up ahead. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take my 30-minute break here at the scale. And Caitlin wants to talk on the phone. So she said that if I get to Morrison and they don't have an empty trailer for me, I can bobtail back to Texarkana to grab another trailer going to Morrison. But if they do have a bobtail, or if they do have a trailer, then I go to whatever in the hell it's called, Oven High or whatever, to grab a load going to South Carolina.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-40 East.
So yeah, this is where I took my 30-minute break last time, and I'm going to take my 3-hour break here. She's still texting me. I want to see what my weight is. Last time I drove across this scale, I didn't get all my tires on it properly. 66,000. They've just got everybody set to leave. It says exit to the interstate for everybody. All right, let's. I'm going to park in the same spot I got last time, down here on the end. It's going to be a lot easier to back into than any of these spots, and it's a lot easier to leave from. Well, I think that bobtail is in the exact spot that I was in last time. I think I'm going to park on the right of the bobtail. Did I say right? I meant left. Oh. Straighten up a little bit. All right, let me get out and double check how close I am. I'm actually like 3 or 4 inches too far. I'm a little, my back tire is hanging off the pavement at the back. There we go. All right. Let's go into sleeper berth. I just parked, comma, I'm available to talk. Hello. It's all good. I just read the messages. Yeah, so if there is no empty, I go back to Red River and grab that preloaded trailer and take it back to Morrison. If there is an empty, I go to Ivanhoe, and I'm guessing that that trailer is not going to be ready until Monday in Ivanhoe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, didn't know Monday was a holiday. So, if there, okay, so yeah, if there's no empty, I bobtail back to Texarkana, grab that preloaded trailer at the Red River, take it back to Morrison. But if there is an empty, then I go to Ivanhoe and I sit there until Monday, possibly Tuesday, to get loaded. Oh, okay. 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 All right. Sounds good. All right. All right. Thank you much. Bye bye. All right. So she just basically told me the exact same thing that she told me in text. And it looks like Tony sent me a rate con for the weekend load. Let's see what load he has on here. So this is Texarkana to Morrison. So I'm not going to get on to him right now over this load. It has, I think the amount of money on this is correct, but he doesn't like Tony screws up on every single one of these rate cons, and I don't want to not get paid for a load because he didn't fill it in properly. But he has the load just going from Texarkana to Morrison. It should be Morrison to Texarkana to Morrison, but the pay on it looks like it is all of those miles because Texarkana to Morrison's only like 560 miles, but round trip it's 1,020 miles, and this thing's paying $3,500 total. So I'm not gonna raise hell with him about that and make him fix it until I find out what load I'm doing. And I just found out that Monday is a holiday, so um, hmm. Maybe I misunderstood what in the shit she just said. Hello again. Okay, I just want to. I think I misunderstood what you said, and it clicked after we got off the phones. So, am I doing the Morrison load no matter what, and then I'm doing the Ivanhoe next? Okay. I was really confused because I was thinking, okay, if there's an empty trailer there, I'm just going straight to Ivanhoe. But no, I'm doing Morrison no matter what. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure I was clear because I was thinking that I went to Texarkana if there was no empty, and if there was an empty, then I went to Ivanhoe. But I'm doing Texarkana no matter what, and then I'm doing Ivanhoe. Okay, just wanted to make clear. Okay, all right, thanks. Sorry about that. Thank you. Bye bye. All right, I don't know if you could hear that, but yeah, okay. Now we're all cleared up. So when I get to Morrison, I'm turning around and I'm coming right back to Texarkana, and I'm doing another load back to Morrison, and then after that load, I'm going to Ivanhoe. Um, okay, so we're good now. Um, yeah, we're good. So anyway, I don't know what I'm going to do for 3 hours. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to sneak to the back of the truck and pee in the bushes. And if the DOT here wants to fist fight over it, then we'll fist fight. I will fight him over peeing in the bushes. Like, how dare you? I'm watering the plants. Leave me alone. So anyway, have a good one, and I'll start up another driving video after my 3 hour break when I start driving to Morrison. Have a good one. Bye.